От устаревших архитектур переходим к частным и публичным облакам. IaaS и PaaS для скорости и эффективности. Аренда оборудования и гибкие финансовые условия. Масштабируемая архитектура. Оптимизация затрат на IT. Ресурсы для получения новых конкурентных преимуществ. Расширяем границы вашего бизнеса. Регру – ваш технологический партнер. аренда оборудования и гибкие финансовые условия. Масштабируемая архитектура. Оптимизация затрат на IT. Ресурсы для получения новых конкурентных преимуществ. Расширяем границы вашего бизнеса. Регру. Ваш технологический партнер. От устаревших архитектур переходим к частным и публичным облакам. IaaS и PaaS для скорости и эффективности. Аренда оборудования и гибкие финансовые условия. Масштабируемая архитектура. Оптимизация затрат на IT. Ресурсы для получения новых конкурентных преимуществ. Расширяем границы вашего бизнеса. Регру – ваш технологический партнер. от устаревших архитектур переходим к частным и публичным облакам. IaaS и PaaS для скорости и эффективности. Аренда оборудования и гибкие финансовые условия. Масштабируемая архитектура. Оптимизация затрат на IT. Ресурсы для получения новых конкурентных преимуществ. Расширяем границы вашего бизнеса. Регру – ваш технологический партнер. от устаревших архитектур переходим к частным и публичным облакам. IaaS и PaaS для скорости и эффективности. Аренда оборудования и гибкие финансовые условия. Масштабируемая архитектура. Оптимизация затрат на IT. Ресурсы для получения новых конкурентных преимуществ. Расширяем границы вашего бизнеса. Регру – ваш технологический партнер.
Recording in progress.
Всех корпоративных синих фонов презентаций, которые говорят о доменах, об интернете. И мы этим летом запустили свое исследование с Лаурой. Вы видите название этого исследования на слайде. Мы решили
this year, the title is shown on the slide. We decided to focus on the governance of ccTLD and geoTLDs as part of the business model or business paradigm. We all are aware of the fact that ccTLDs and geoTLDs are sovereign parts of the internet, but in any case, any domain is a commercial product. Therefore, we wanted to analyze from different aspects the way different countries and different geographies develop their TLDs and the way they manage them and govern them. Do I have a clicker? How do I advance my slides? Thank you so much. Right, so this is information in brief. Yesterday, Laura Margolis joined us online. Laura lives in Montevideo, that's in Uruguay, and she's an expert on domains. She runs her own business. It's a small-size business focusing on developing domains in her particular region. And she represents ISOC Uruguay. She manages it, and in ALAC, which is the at-large advisory community in ICANN, she's a liaison officer for CCN ISO. I'm a marketeer, and I'm also an expert on telecom and IT industry since 2018. I've been part of the global discussion on internet governance, and I'm also a volunteer within the ICANN community. I've been a volunteer for many years. That's why we decided to run this particular research, because it seems to us that part of our job at large community is about knowing about the way different regions operate. However, we don't do this at the at-large community because the job description is slightly different. And as I mentioned, the .daki is a non-profit project. Laura and I run it together. We are we try to acquire and collect data, any data pertaining to DNS systems that seems to be interesting to us if we want to disclose it to the market. We take interviews, we take notes during ICANN conferences. We attend both physically and online various conferences and events. For instance, we know what the JC and ALAC conferences and meetings discuss what was the decision taken by various bodies and so on and so forth. In other words, I hope we do share enough information with the at-large community on a global scale. You will see a QR code in one of the slides, and you'll be able to join us in the social media. As for the ccTLDs and geoTLDs, they are a huge part of the domain market. They're a very important part of the domain industry, and our objective was quite ambitious. We just started this project, and we decided to get from all the global regions information from the registries and registrars. And we came up with a questionnaire containing 40 questions for zero. However, it was easier for registries who collect their own information to answer this questionnaire. They were open questions and yes and no questions, stuff like that. So I want to share with you the sum up of the data that we have collected so far. 6 questionnaires have been filled out so far, but I just wanted to draw attention to the fact that these are different countries who filled out our questionnaires. well, one GeoTLD was filled, GeoTLD from Moscow filled out the questionnaire. Panama was a part of that. .Asia, .Quebec are expected to fill out our questionnaire, and I really hope that by the time the ICANN 81 starts in Istanbul, I'll be able to share with you an in-depth analysis of all the questionnaires. So like I said, this is a sample of the info that we have received so far. Well, we get ID. Well, we try to establish a profile on every TLD. For instance, the registration date, the average lifespan, the cost of the registration, the cost of extending the registration. These costs are very similar, but take a look at the price gap in different countries. That will help you to evaluate the difference. Even this small amount of data that we have collected so far clearly shows that the main TLD registration accessibility differs from region to region. As is clear from this slide, over 60% of TLDs have been delegated by the owners. 67% of domains have been parked. Not all the registries have accredited registrars. We have also collected data that I tried to sum up in the slide. It's titled Market Customers and Competition. As is clear from the images, the local domain buyers in different countries and in different regions amount to over 70%. Not all the respondents could answer the question on the market capacity, but an approximation shows that ccTLDs account for over 60% of the market, and the local and regional domains cover almost everyone, and GeoTLD's share is less than 15%. So we're talking about such domains as .Moscow, and I believe that it's a great market share for GeoTLDs. Another question that we included in the questionnaire was the line of activities of the domain buyers. And as you can see, these are public agencies, e-government, local manufacturing, business, e-commerce, and education. And all the other lines include things like social projects. So they could have been higher up in this diagram, but they enjoy lower priority. Local brands are interested in registering websites with the help of ccTLD and GeoTLDs, but they're not being very active. And our questionnaire tries to drill down into the reason for that. Despite the fact that there are competing GTLDs such as .com, .org, and .net, some others are listed here just for the sake of example. And well, respondents told us that the ccTLD and GeoTLD prices are lower. And as was mentioned yesterday, it's much easier to find free domains for registration in ccTLDs and GeoTLDs. When we go to Anguilla and Tuvalu, I hope that I put the emphasis in the proper place. We'll see that .tb and .ld feature more registrations now as opposed to the initial period of time. And of course, the main zones expand. They compete with GTLDs. And the market data is not comprehensive because there is no market research. And alternative domain names also play some part in that. PR and marketing campaigns are run by registries, but the registries want registrars to be more active. Oftentimes, the registration and the registration costs are a show stopper. Therefore, if the prices do not go down, then the barrier is gonna be high. And external barriers include geopolitical tensions and later on I will show you the dynamics on various domains, and you'll see that the Argentine domain has not seen any growth in the past few years because the national economy does not allow it to expand. I'm not going to read through the figures shown in the slide. I just wanted to highlight that we touched upon such issues as what tools are used by the registries to collaborate with the target audience and the customers. It's more about marketing. So they offer loyalty programs, CRM systems to track relations with their customers. They do marketing research on a regular basis, well, at least some of them. They run promo campaigns, and we'll focus on that to a greater extent later on. And we also wanted to demonstrate the most striking marketing cases to you. I really hope that people in this room will tell us more about domains and will share with us some advertising campaigns to attract the market to register more domains. Capacity building for registrars is done by everyone. The quality of interaction with the target audience is high. And well, we all believe that ccTLDs and geoTLDs are a unique value proposition for the target audience. We never ask for any sensitive information from the registries because they would never share it with us, and we never ask them about their revenue or profits, although we can do our calculations. It's a simple matter of subtraction and addition. However, as you can see, as far as the domain revenues are concerned, there are cash cows and stuff like that. We also asked another question was about the DNS abuse. The average figure is quite low because criminals are not really interested in abusing such domains. As for the main takeaways, I'm not going to go into the details, but there are preconditions for a stable growth of any domain zone. It is linked to the local economy development. There is a direct link. As for the high-tech trends, a geo TLD will be lucky to seize this trend. Of course, we want to see more PR campaigns and promo campaigns from the influencers and public opinion leaders. The pricing policy might be an obstacle. And as for the geopolitical tensions, for instance, the .ru domain is very popular, is well known, and it doesn't need any campaigns to ensure a positive trend, growth trend in the future. So the business approach can be applied to the domain industry. E-com is a natural leader. Geopolitics and economy have a huge influence on the domain development. And of course, we want the domain zones to develop and grow. DNS abusers are not really interested in ccTLDs and geoTLDs. Not all the respondents had comprehensive information. We're still waiting on some of them. And it's a very interesting fact that I want to highlight. Not all the registries are really interested in collecting such data. And in conclusion, I wanted to thank you for giving me the floor. It was a pleasure to kickstart day 2. Our research is ongoing, and I ask all of you to help us run this research. I really hope that you will be interested in taking part in this project. We'll be happy to share information on your domains by November. By November, we hope to get more data. Please keep a close eye on that. And I hope that a year later, I will join you. And maybe Laura will join us personally from Uruguay. We'll be happy to share with you some in-depth analysis and statistics and figures. Thank you so much. Thank you, Natalia.
Да, Наташ, большое спасибо за
Right, Natalia,
выступление.
thank you so much for your presentation. If we don't have any questions from the floor, I just wanted to raise a household issue. Head of the Coordination Center Press Service, Irina Peshova, is celebrating her birthday today. And Irina, will you please come out to the stage because we wanted to congratulate you on behalf of the entire team. We have a small present for you. Thank you so much for everything you do, because indeed you do your utmost to make sure that the issues raised at the TLDcon is shared with everyone in the countries that we all represent. Happy birthday and congratulations. That's a very wonderful occasion to celebrate during the TLDcon. Well, I'd like to invite to the stage presenters of the next session, cybersecurity and DNS abuse, and our facilitator is going to be Mikhail Anisimov, who represents ICANN. He is our long-standing friend and a former employee. I'd like to invite all the speakers to take their seats right here on the stage. And by the way, congratulations, Irina. It's always a pleasure. You know, we always started our TLD conferences with Irina's birthday, but now we end it with this wonderful occasion. Right. And Sergey, would you please come out to the stage as well? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mikhail, and I represent ICANN in Eastern Europe and Central Asia. And we're going to kickstart a block on cybersecurity. We're going to be discussing it throughout the day. There will be two sections. The first section will be facilitated by me. It will be more theoretical. It will be devoted to trends, definitions for abused DNS domains. And the second part is going to be devoted to more practical issues, because it is titled Applied Cybersecurity. Despite the fact that the first section is expected to be more theoretical in nature, nevertheless, we will be inviting practical experts to take the floor. For instance, when you get a request from a cybersecurity campaign or someone who detected a threat, one of the requirements would be to provide enough evidence of DNS abuse. And oftentimes there is a conflict of interest, because on the one hand, the registrars might have questions about the sufficiency of evidence and whether they can cross-reference it and cross-check it. On the other hand, our own compliance, ICANN compliance, has much work to do, because we have to settle such disputes. And we have to deep dive into the evidence to check whether it's comprehensive and complete. And on the other hand, whether the registrar will be protected enough if it decides to block the domain. As far as evidence is concerned, there are always issues pertaining to what kind of indicators we have to pay attention to. What sum of indicators would be enough to prove that the DNS is abused? These are the things that we will be talking about during the first part of the day. And I'd like to pass on the floor to Sean Lloyd from ICANN. He represents Office of the Chief Technical Officer, and he specializes in ICANN projects on cybersecurity. Sean, are you online? Can you hear us?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Да, слышим и видим тебя
Yeah,
прекрасно.
we read you loud and clear, and we can see you perfectly well. The floor is yours. You can kickstart your presentation.
Thank you very much. Thank you for letting me speak to you this morning. I'm glad to hear that it's sunny where you are. It feels very much like autumn here in the UK. So as I've been introduced, my name is Sean Lloyd. I work in ICANN's Office of the Chief Technology Officer in a group called the Security, Stability and Resilience Research Team. And what I'll talk to you about today is how we use data to evaluate the state of domains. And the vast majority of the data we use is third party. That means it's external, it's not collected by us ourselves. So when we talk about external data, we have lots of different possibilities, particularly when we're looking to establish the reputation or the status of a domain. So I imagine everyone is familiar with things like reputation block lists. So places where people gather together lists of domains that have been seen to be abusive. There are also various APIs that you can query a domain name against, things like VirusTotal or Google Safe Browsing. So if you're asking for a specific domain and you can get a response back on it. And there are other data sources like passive DNS, certificate transparency, all these different sorts of pieces of data can be brought together in order to establish a larger picture about a domain. And then alongside that, we have different uses of data. So sometimes we might be generating broad statistics and trends, and other times we might be looking at a specific domain and focusing down on that one particular thing. We might have an interest in historic data. So can we see what's happened in the past, what's changed? Or maybe we're only interested in the here and now, the actual current data. And so these different uses of different data points have different requirements, different issues, very different modes of failure, in quotes, because failure can mean different things, and very different costs of those failures. For a specific example, this was a project we spun up during the early days of the COVID event, where we were looking to find domains that were abusive related to the COVID pandemic in some way. And what we would do is we would look at new registrations and we would basically filter them against all of our various different sources. So we would look against APIs, we would look in block lists and everything that we had available, and see if we could gather sufficient individual pieces of data, individual pointers to the fact that a domain was abusive. But all of that data was external. We didn't collect any of it ourselves. The only things we could collect ourselves were things like DNS data and screenshots if something was looking like phishing. So that's quite a valuable data point then, because you can demonstrate that it's, I don't know, a login page for a bank or something similar. So yeah, the main problem when you're using third-party data is that you don't control the collection methodology. You have no say in geographic spread of spam traps, for example. So you don't necessarily know what coverage those things have. And the use cases that you're putting the data to may well not be what's imagined by the producer. So they may be producing it for one use and you're using it for something very different or even just subtly different. And the mismatches in that, quite rightly, have to be fixed by us because, you know, we're using their data for a purpose they didn't necessarily intend. So we collect third-party reputation data. Now, that doesn't mean that you just have to accept everything that you have, because you know other pieces of information and you can add other context around it. So for a start, one thing we look at is if we're reading a list of domains, what abuse types are covered by that list? Because, you know, if you have a list that's only covering phishing domains, for example, you're not going to find anything related to malware unless it's co-located on that domain. So it's quite important to know that you have full coverage of everything that you're trying to find. And Another really useful piece of data is whether an entry on a list is there because of an observation of abuse or because of some kind of predictive model that's saying there's a probability that this domain is being abused. Something else that we do that's quite useful is we look at overlap between all of our sources of data. So the reason this is important to us is because some feeds, they also ingest open source feeds that we may be reading separately. And that's fine. Those feeds then get put through a validation process so that the feed that's ingesting them is happy to redistribute that information. But the reason that's important to us is because if we see an entry on two different feeds, we would treat them as independent observations, whereas in fact, they might not be quite as independent as we first thought. Another thing to consider with lists is how dynamic they are. So if you have a list of domains and you read it every day and the size doesn't change very much, it could be down to two things. Either nothing is being added or removed, or a very similar number of additions and removals are happening over that time. And for us, for most of our uses, actual timely removal of domains from a list is as important as timely additions of domain to a list, because you don't want stale data. You don't want to be reporting on something that was bad up, and so you shouldn't actually be reporting on it anymore. And there are other, you can just see if they resolve in the DNS, because they may well have been suspended since they were added. We can see
Все ли хорошо со связью у нас?
Hello? Okay. Do we see a categorization that matches what we believe? So if something is marked as spam, is it really spam or is it maybe phishing? To sum up, we often rely on data that's collected by external parties. When you're doing that, it's important to think about your specific needs. The costs and modes of failures, like false positives, and what can you do on your end? Clean up the data, making it more. When reading multiple sources, it's useful to know how they complement one another, how they fill in the gaps that others are leaving. One source on its own is likely not going to give you enough coverage. And then the final thing is keep testing. They can all be changed by the third party. Talk. I don't know if we're taking questions now or at the end of all of the pieces, but thank you very much.
Спасибо большое, Шон.
Thank you so much, Sean. We're going to save the questions for later. We're going to give the floor to all the presenters first, and then we will have a Q&A at the very end. Thank you so much for a general overview of various approaches, and I wanted to highlight that ICANN does not collect and analyze data on its own. We rely on external sources. And Sean, you pointed out the RBL reputation block lists, and I know that the Office of the Chief Technical Officer published a paper on RBLs. Would you please briefly go over this paper that I mentioned? Because as far as I know, the Octo proposed some criteria for evaluating RBLs. Would you please brief us on that? Just take a couple of minutes to brief people on this paper.
Yeah, no problem. So what we try to lay out in the paper is our method for evaluating which RBLs are useful, which ones, like I say, fill in a gap in our existing data set, and how they interact with one another. So some of those graphs I showed, the overlap and the churn over time, those are part of this methodology. We look at various different measures, volume of entries on a domain, on a list, sorry, whether it has URLs or whether it's domains, and sometimes you get a mixture of domains and host names. So all of these things are important to get an understanding of what the feed is telling you, what it's useful for, and I guess more importantly, what the limitations of that data might be. Because if, for example, you're trying to put together evidence for a registrar and you're going to ask them to take action on a domain or investigate a domain, it's important that we know is timely and is accurate and has very few. We believe the message that we're putting together in that data. The paper itself just goes into more detail. It has some of the code that we use written in Python. So things that generate those graphs that let you visualize what the RBL is telling you and what RBLs is telling you.
Спасибо большое. Я прошу тебя остаться на...
Thank you so much. Please stay online until the end of the section because people might have questions for you or they might want to share comments with you. But we're going to move on. And this section is structured in such a way that among the panelists, we have organizations that analyze domains using external sources, as well as people who can evaluate DNS on their own. And well, some of them are even authorized to send the requests to registrars to block domains. I'm going to give the floor to Anton Trostyanko, head of the first Security Operations Center in Belarus at hoster.by. So please focus on the evaluation criteria. What's your approach to analyzing the abused domains? And let me ask you an additional question that you might want to cover during your presentation. What's the ratio between your own expertise that you use and the external data, if you use any? How heavily do you rely on internal data and external data? The floor is all yours. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Anton Trostyanko. I'm head of the Security Operations Center. I work for hoster.by. It's a pleasure to welcome you at our section. Let me briefly introduce you to our company. Hoster.by is the largest hosting provider in Belarus. We have the greatest number of customers. We have our own cloud, and we run our own marketplaces and so on and so forth. And in January, we have become the first certified commercial security operations center. We have been certified by the regulator. Like I said, we have a huge number of customers. Not only do we provide to them hosting services, but we also provide data protection services to them. Being a special security operations center, I wanted to share with you some statistics that we've been collecting. The statistics are broken down by quarters for 2024, and there is also a comparison year-over-year in 2023. Please pay attention to the figures. This is the number of cyber incidents, high-level cyber incidents that have been registered by us. So these are not triggers or anything, but these are incidents or cyber attacks that result in reputational and financial losses. As you can see, their number has been increasing quarter over quarter, and this is a trend that we've been seeing for a very long time. One of the reasons is the geopolitics. There are quite a number of hacker groups that try to attack us. That includes both Ukrainian and Belarusian hackers. This slide gives you statistics on the consequences of cyber attacks. This is nothing new. You can visit our website and get more information on the statistics. This statistics covers our customers only, but there are 40,000 of them. So the sample is quite relevant for Belarus. It'll give you an overall picture of what cybersecurity status in Belarus is. And this is the data type. I just wanted to demonstrate to you that we are being attacked on a constant basis. There are quite a number of cyber attacks, and our SOC team is quite large. There are several of them, by the way. We're not alone in Belarus. So we do have our difficulties in providing sufficient cybersecurity, and the same kind of statistics on malware. In the past few months, we've been registering more encryptors. Most of them try to attack single company towns. Sometimes their attacks result in failures. Sometimes we are able to fend off these attacks. So I'm a practitioner. I'm more of an applied process guy. As far as DNS abuse is concerned, hoster.by specializes in that. This slide lists the most widespread types of DNS abuse. I don't think you'll find anything new here, but you will be able to find additional statistics at our website. By the way, we have a request form that you can use to report a DNS abuse. So we'll double check it, and if it's our customer, then we'll block the domain, or if it's not, then we'll get in touch with the hosting provider in a different country or with our national security operations center. In other words, in our case, the process is well established. It works perfectly well, at least I believe that. So DNS abuse is something that we see, and we get lots of requests, we run lots of checks, and we block quite a high number of domains. As for attack vectors, they are listed in a slide. Again, I don't think you'll find anything new in the slide, but I just wanted to highlight that most of the attacks are linked to leaked login IDs, social engineering, malware, or the attack vectors that closely follow the first one. So you have to train your staff. You have to be careful as far as the cybersecurity and information security are concerned. As for the attack techniques, let me peek at my smartphone. Let me just zoom in because my eyesight is not good enough. So, like I said, most of the attacks are linked with compromise of login data, and this is a huge problem for Belarus. Oftentimes, data is stolen and then resold. It comes cheap, and scammers use it. They steal data and then they attack companies. And since they use legitimate login data, we don't get timely notifications of such attacks. And that means that we have less time to respond to such attacks to mitigate the consequences. As for the way we work, it's a very standard approach, similar to the global approach. We use compromise indicators that were covered by the previous speaker. And by the way, some of the compromise indicators, we buy them from our partners, from external sources. Some of the indicators are shaped on our own because 2/3 of .by is hosted by our company. We have our own platform that we populate with the data, and then we use the data to identify an attack and the status of such an attack. Shown on the right-hand slide are the hosting compromise indicators. If we detect them, that means that the attack is ongoing or the attacker already penetrated the perimeter, and that means that we can expect something bad happening in the near future. And these indicators can be provided to us by the users. For instance, if the users detect some abnormal traffic activity or network activity, they send the information to us as part of the request. We analyze this data, and then we make a decision on whether to block or not block a domain. This is an attack scorecard. Like I said, we either buy the compromise indicators or after we investigate a cyber attack, the response team identifies the compromise indicators, and we use data on the IP addresses or URLs or a specific domain name or special software suites and so on and so forth. And we fill in the incident or an attack scorecard that lists all the compromise indicators. So like I said, we have a special platform to break down all these indicators, and then we use it to analyze other attacks. As far as cyber intelligence is concerned, it boils down to identification, detection, and hindsight analysis. As far as detection is concerned, the flowchart is shown in this slide. We run the indicators through filters to identify whether it's a false positive or not. We use weight coefficients and we enrich data with the indicators, and that clearly shows us the attack is underway and we need to block a resource. So it's a very simple process. Of course, these 5 blocks reflect a huge amount of work done by many people, but overall, this is a simplified version. I'm not going to deep dive into the details because I don't want to waste your time. I can give you more details offline if you're interested in technical details. And by the way, you can download my presentation later on. However, let me focus on the hindsight analysis. We all make mistakes, right? And sometimes we block domains that have not been abused. We do hindsight analysis to make sure that we never make such mistakes again. We fine-tune compromise indicators. We fine-tune the detection logic so as not to make such mistakes in the future. The process is shown in the flow chart. Again, if you want more details, you can ask me offline. If we realize that we've made a mistake, we try to identify the root cause and then adjust our system accordingly so as not to run into the same problem in the future. As for domain name registration and the checking are concerned, the Belarusian regulator helps us a lot. We have a guideline on how to register domains, on how to detect abuse or breaches of the registration process. It also lists actions to be undertaken if we detect such a breach. And the regulator has introduced a double identification. For instance, cyber squatting is one of the issues which has been considered by the regulator right now, and they will soon publish a guideline on that. To its credit, the regulator helps us a lot. So like I said, we have a guideline. If you want more details, we can take this discussion offline, and I'll be happy to share with you info on the way we identify abusers and scammers. Thank you so much. I'll be happy to take questions later on. Save your questions for later. However, I have a brief question. In your flowchart, in your block chart, I saw a block named data enrichment. So my question is, what sources do you use for data enrichment? Because data enrichment is about increasing the reliability of your verdict. You have 30 seconds to take this question. Well, of course, there are free of charge compromise indicators that you can download and use in your system, but we also have indicators that we charge some fee for, which is normal. There are companies that specialize in collecting and analyzing data on DNS abuse. We have a huge database on Belarus, but unfortunately, we are attacked by attackers from outside Belarus. And European and US hackers attack us all the time. The punishment in Europe and US is quite severe. What I'm saying is that we buy indicators from our foreign counterparts to be able to fend off attacks coming from abroad. Thank you so much. We can continue the discussion offline because this is something that I'm really interested in. Let's move on, and I'd like to pass on the floor to Ruslan Turguldinov, who represents a private cybersecurity company based in Kazakhstan. And Ruslan is a product director of the web cybersecurity. What kind of indicators do you use, and what do you do in this regard? Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Ruslan Turguldinov. I come from Kazakhstan. I represent Sarko, and our company develops its own cybersecurity and information security solutions, and we also provide other services. For instance, we run our own security operations center. We have an R&D department. We develop our own hardware. We have a standalone team that develops IT products. For instance, Web Totem offers forensic services and so on and so forth. And I am head of the Web Totem project team. This is a service for monitoring and protecting websites. It is designed for owners and developers of websites. They can establish a personal account and protect it. This product can also be used by hosting providers, corporations, and regulators who monitor domain zones. We protect owners against vulnerabilities. We highlight these vulnerabilities so they can rectify them. As far as regulators are concerned, we try to identify abused or malicious domains to make sure that the COSNET is a secure zone. We analyze various domain attributes such as DNS, who is the data registration, IP addresses, as well as open ports and the technologies used by a website. We analyze CVEs, availability for the owners, the SSL duration, and so on and so forth. We offer antivirus software for the owners, and we also provide the web application firewall to protect websites against malicious requests. All these functions are included in the plugins and the extensions such as WordPress, Joomla, Drupal, and Plesk. We monitor .kz domain zone. Over 190 domain names have been registered so far, and we monitor the .kz domain in the interest of the regulator. One of the bullets that we keep a close eye on is the SSL certificate. Malware distribution and valid data on the entity that registered the domain. And we also analyze malicious websites that can be later blocked and investigated. As for identifying indicators, we scan DNS for a number of criteria that have different weight coefficients, high, medium, and low. And FYI, for your information, for instance, over 400 domains have been included into the DNS rebinding category. 90 domains have been put into the vulnerable SQL entries category. As for the medium protection category, we use DNS web application firewall as an indicator. We track the number of DNSSEC extensions activated by websites. However, these checks do not result in, well, I'm talking about the low category. It does not result in significant consequences. However, we highlight any cases of malware distribution, and we take measures and incentivize domain owners or website owners to rectify such problems. This slide is devoted to the malicious or abuse indicators. We don't use a single indicator, but rather a combination of indicators such as IP address reputation, SSL certificates, whether a domain was included in a Google Safe browsing list or in any other RBLs. The domain registration date might be another indicator. Oftentimes, a domain is registered and then it will shortly be used for abuse. A domain registered by a foreigner would be another indicator. So, like I said, a single indicator does not really mean anything, but oftentimes, if you use a combination of them, and if a domain is registered by a foreigner, for instance, and other indicators come into play, then it might be it might be a case of a DNS abuse for spreading malware around. Oftentimes, we see 5 to 6 domains that are skipped around, but we try to identify the final domain.
Является каким-то зловредным, то стараемся применять определенные меры.
And we do take response actions if we identify an abused domain. We also pay due attention to anti-phishing activities. Phishing websites are a huge problem for us, unfortunately. There are lots of them in the KZ domain zone. We try to automate the phishing sites detection. We use such indicators as the domain registration date, the SSL certificate, whether it's a free of charge website, whether it was included into the lists, whether it was used in phishing attacks previously, and so on and so forth. Mikhail asked a question about how often do we use external data. For instance, in anti-phishing activities, we try to get data from open sources, especially if these are reliable sources. In addition to that, we have our own in-house security operations center that shares data with other departments. Sometimes we use paid for data sources and so on and so forth. If we detect any of the indicators listed above, we run additional checks and cross references. It's important for us to reduce the number of false positives. If we see just a couple of indicators, we do not block a source altogether. We run cross checks in the manual mode. For instance, typo squatting would be for instance, we have 190,000 domains, and we try to use the typo squatting technique to double check possible abuse. We also run subdomain checks because a top-level domain might be safe, while subdomains might be used for malicious activities. We also scan the hyperlinks displayed on a website, and we use crypto checking scripts checks. For instance, an end user goes to a website, a script is launched, and the owner of this malicious website uses the resources of your hardware and computer for mining cryptocurrencies. And there are other examples of more adverse malicious scripts. That brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you for delivering such an interesting presentation. Just a brief question, if I may, and then we'll move on. As far as I understand, you scan the entire .kz domain, but do you work with other domains as well? WebTM can be split into two parts. The first one is designed for Kazakhstan only, and the second part is designed for the rest of the world. Any internet user can register and buy a relevant product for a single website or for several websites. And I have the following question. Different domain zones have different registration rules, and they have a different understanding of what constitutes a breach. For instance, for .kz, it's a unique situation because SSL certificate is a must. So if you don't have an SSL certificate, then the domain will be suspended. And there are very few domain zones that list such a prerequisite as a rule. So how do you strike a balance? Because an SSL certificate availability might not be applicable for other domain. Do you fine-tune your solution for every single domain, or do you run a more versatile approach? What do you do? Well, our approach is as follows. For the Kazakh domain zone, we have webtotem.kz website, and Kazakhstan nationals can register their domain and monitor it. And all the rules are specified for our domain zone. And there is webtotem.com. It's 90% the same as the webtotem.kz, but in webtotem.kz we highlight incidents, and ministries and agencies have their own registries to highlight such incidents. But for the global global option, we highlight the hosting provider, but we don't highlight the risks. We do need to take into account the SSL certificate availability and other attributes. Let's move on. We oftentimes discuss threats posed by the domains, but sometimes domains could be used as part of a larger scale cyber threat. So I'd like to pass on the floor to Sergey Golovanov, who is a chief security expert from Kaspersky. Kaspersky deals not just with the DNS abuse, but it offers a huge portfolio of solutions to deal with multiple threats. So it would be interesting to hear from you how that affects your work with DNS abuse indicators. The floor is yours. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sergey Golovanov. Indeed, I am a chief security expert. I used to be a leading security expert about 8 years ago, but now I am a chief security expert. Indeed, we offer a number of products and services to ensure info security both inside the company, and we also provide these services and solutions to our customers all across the world, the globe. We offer Kaspersky Security Network. Antivirus used to produce a sound like this. And then we would get a notification in our cloud that such and such user and in such a site country activated an antivirus when he entered this or that website. And these are the 2023 stats. For instance, the number of URLs blocked, the number of malicious files blocked, and so on and so forth. Well, it is clear from the slide. 5 petabytes is the overall amount of malware.
Миллионов пользователей. Где-то как раз будет 400, первая цифра, 437 миллионов.
So 437 million per annum is the number of malware attacks that we detected in 2023. In 2023, the number of domains, websites, and URLs in the .ru domain zone increased fivefold. I'm talking about malicious domains and websites, of course. And all the web threats are split into 2 categories. The first category is malware. And, the main types of malware are listed in this slide. The previous speakers already mentioned miners and phishing programs, and web antivirus monitors all of them. Shown in the right-hand slide of the slide are the verdicts. For instance, the malicious URL accounts for half of the verdicts. So the users are trying to link to the website, and the antivirus would block that. So 50% of the incidents are triggered by that. If it's not an OS and the user goes to the website, the scripts start to be uploaded, and the web antivirus analyzes all of that, which means that script generics is at the top of the list. These are the scripts that are obfuscated They're concealed by special techniques to bypass the antivirus, and we use the emulators. We have a JavaScript structure that we can emulate and detect the content, for instance, an image in a B64 format, so that no one detects that. But then we have special functions and parameters to work with the script. As for the geographical coverage, Belarus, as the statistics for 2023 shows, is the top is in the top three, and Russia accounts for just 18%. That's statistics for 2023. We have statistics for the first half of 2024, and Belarus is the fourth most popular country in terms of the malicious websites and malware. Phishing is the second category. Anti-phishing databases are split into two categories: offline and online. Offline are updates that are downloaded by the end users, and the second part stays in the cloud. So most of our blacklist is in the cloud. On Monday, we had 38 million entries in that blacklist, and Sean, in his presentation, demonstrated the additions and deletions and the churn in the RBLs. So, like I said, 69 million entries were deleted from the RBL on Monday in our case. In .ru, we had 100.
Если говорим про домен.by, то там было 11. Можно сказать даже
1761 domains, and for Belarus, we detected 11 phishing domains. So it's a huge number for Belarus, but we have a very quick response to DNS abuse. So the current number might be 7, or even it could go down to 0. As for what we consider to be evidence, and for phishing domains, a screenshot with the time and the date would be considered to be good evidence, and if it shows typing your password and a logo of an organization. For us, it would be sufficient ground to request that the registry blocks this phishing website. As for malware, the process is more complicated, because malware development and distribution is a complicated story. So we use the HTTP trace link to the URL. Then we calculate the sum for the file, and then we go to the virus total to identify the files sent out by a specific website. And for a registry, this is the process that is used. As for the feeds from the vendors, complaints from the end users, and so on and so forth, the main question is how to detect all of that. There is a know-how process. For instance, last year we secured a patent on how to detect malicious domains. Yesterday we discussed machine learning, neural networks. Someone even mentioned artificial intelligence. Let me brief you on what we do currently at our company. Let's say we have a domain and a website, and this website provides certain content. It might be an image, a text, whatever. It displays on the screen of an end user, and the displaying is provided by certain functions and parameters, which means that a computer processes something. So what we can do is take the script with the parameters and the functions and run a mathematical calculation or a mathematical analysis. For instance, a function with this variable would be coded as 1. And if the file is saved, then the function would equal 2. And then we take an unknown function generated by a neural network, and no one knows how a neural network actually works. But these figures are provided by a hash function. And this hash function from the neural network would be a criteria for detecting the malicious nature of the content. So a user goes to the site, gets a script. This script is used in the calculations. The hash sum is calculated by an unknown neural network, and the result of the hash function would be compared with the figure in our database. If there is a match, then it's detection. If there is no match, then you can continue browsing the net and surfing the net. So in the Kaspersky lab, we prefer to secure a patent on AI protection for our users. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you. Let me seek a clarification. Among other things, among your own expertise, you also provide RBLs for other organizations. And we've been talking about criteria and the comparison of approaches. I was just wondering whether you compare your RBLs with RBLs from other sources, and if you do, what are the outcomes? Does it result in any actions on your behalf? Well, of course, we do. There are organizations that provide certification. For instance, if you want to call your product an antivirus, you have to go to Hamburg, Germany, and get a certificate from a special institution saying that your product is an antiviral program. There are certification labs that compare products from different vendors. And moreover, our objective is to always stay in the top 3. As far as the feeds are concerned, of course, we analyze the feeds of domains and URLs, and once a year, every certification lab gets feeds from vendors. And for instance, the Russian testing authority does that on an annual basis. For instance, it will certify that this or that company blocked 100% of malicious domains or web services. And these are public tests that we take part in. And like I said, our objective is to stay in the top 3. Is it useful? Of course, it's useful. People get paid for that. Thank you so much. You mentioned AI, which is one of the buzzwords. As far as DNS abuses are concerned, and at TLDCon, we often discuss domains in terms of metrics and its role in the DNS system, but you can treat it in a slightly different way. And Alexander Ulyanov, head of the data analysis team at Yandex, will give us more details on mechanisms to detect various malicious resources in the Yandex browser. So you use content rather than domain names. The floor is yours. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Mikhail, thank you so much for introducing me and for such a warm welcome and for giving me an opportunity to address the conference. Indeed, I'd like to brief you on the way Yandex browser counters phishing. Phishing is a huge problem, and I'll be discussing the way we identify phishing websites and the way we warn our users about that. Let's define a phishing site. It's a fake resource disguising as a legitimate website to trick a victim to share personal data to steal the money or personal data. There are several phishing site categories. The most popular are shown in the list. Websites pertaining to investments, voting, authorization messengers, online payment and marketplaces, payments, personal bank accounts, and raffles. We use AI quite actively in what we do, and AI allows us to ensure high precision and timely detection of phishing sites. We can analyze big data and identify complex patterns. We use various attributes to train our AI models that are used for detecting phishing websites. Let me give you a specific example. We integrated neural networks and the boosting models in our web browser. We use the title, the address, or the content of the page, send it to the neural network. It embeds the attributes, we combine it with other attributes of the document, then the vector is sent to the safe, sorry, to the cat boosting service. And if the prediction is higher than the threshold, then we send the data to the server, which combines it with the attributes of the website. The next model double checks the verdict, and if it's higher than the threshold, then we warn a user that it might be a phishing website. That allows us to ensure real-time anti-phishing activities before it results in any losses for the end user. To train our models, we use different data sources, such as complaints from the end users. We share verdicts with partners. Labeling was done by specially trained experts, and the phishing sites are annotated automatically with the help of the content and the behavior attributes of the users. Data collection is probably the most complicated stage, and phishing websites stay active for a very short time, and during that period we need to detect them and collect enough data for training the AI model. And the data should be collected in the form it is demonstrated to the end user. Oftentimes, uh, uh, data can be displayed just once by such phishing sites. We use several machine learning models, including a neural network based on the DSSM. We use a dozen million examples to train it, and to do that, we trained a large-scale language model that can be trained on the sample, and then we label big data with the help of this model for training a lighter but faster DSSM model. It uses titles to convert them into the content, and then the data is fed into the CAD boosting. What document attributes do we use in addition to the embedded neural network? Well, key phishing phrases, we analyze HTML code, we get document attributes from the code, external hyperlink scripts or images from other domains, login forms for typing banking card data, and fake brands. We use aggregated website attributes from the server, such as the number of visits of the site, data on the visitors in the browser, whether they used the address field, the time spent on the website, the outgoing traffic, and whether the content can be downloaded by bots. In addition to real-time loop, we also have an asynchronous loop that allows us to employ more complex models. For instance, offline we can use a large-scale language model enriched with data, and it allows us to deliver a verdict on those websites that the Yandex browser cannot return a verdict. Phishing websites started countering our technique so that they do not get detected. They just say that the Yandex browser is not supported, and they suggest that the user downloads a different browser which does not provide such a high level of protection. As for the performance indicators, the precision testing precision amounted to 99.9%. We detect over 1,500 phishing websites on a daily basis. Over 2 million warnings were provided to the users. The desktop Yandex browser version detected 69 out of 100 new phishing websites. Thank you so much. I have two brief questions, if I may. The first one is as follows. When you talked about the AI training, you mentioned that you share verdicts with your partners. So that's again going back to data sources to teach your own neural network to detect phishing websites. So my question is, how do you screen external sources? This is a question that I address to everyone. Well, we have to be clear that it's a high quality data source and it should be a mutually beneficial sharing process. How do you know if it's a high quality data source? We double check all the verdicts. We never use them directly. And then we try to overlap the verdicts with the ones that we have. For instance, if 99% of the verdicts are known to us, then we would not be interested in that. Right, got it. And my second question is as follows. So we talked about data enrichment and mutual data enrichment. Domain analysis, the main behavioral attribute analysis were mentioned. You also stated that you analyze the website content and the attributes contained in there. And data enrichment is a procedure that aims to increase the validity of a hypothesis that one or other domain is malicious or is being abused. Have you considered cross data enrichment, for instance, when your content approach is augmented by the behavioral attributes analysis that Ruslan talked about? That's very interesting. We add data into the offline code and we try to analyze these attributes because, they have different weight coefficients in the final verdict. So theoretically speaking, it's a useful source of data. Thank you so much. I'd like to thank all the presenters. Now we have some time for the Q&A. I know that Maxim Alzaba would like to share a comment, but please use mic. Maxim Alzaba, .Moscow registry. I have a question for all the panelists. Do you use your own standards or do you use external standards when you share data on an incident? In other words, your requests will be received by similar organizations or hosting providers, registries, and registrars. The three latter are responsible for the actions, and they want evidence. So, do you use some standard, for instance, the source of the data code, whether the source's validity has been proven? Uh, do you use a hash code or part of it saying that if you see something similar, then it's a sign of an abuse? In other words, do you use your own internal standards, or do you try to come up with an industry-wide standard? Because it will simplify your own lives and the lives of the organizations who return the ultimate verdicts. If I may, let me expand on that, because it actually linked with what I mentioned earlier on. Oftentimes, our compliance departments needs to settle the disputes between those who don't want to follow the recommendations of the registrars. And many people that say that it's wishful thinking to have a industry-wide standard, but nevertheless, what do you think? What's your take on that? Well, we talked about the compromise indicators such as hash codes, the date and the time of the file. These compromise indicators are something that we share all the time. They do not contain any personal data. You can share them as much as you want. They use the sticks standards. In other words, it's a pattern which is similar to JSON, and you can use this form. You can use this standard. It also contains a denominator for URLs, because URLs could be in different standards. For instance, the font and so on and so forth. So you can use these indicators. As for the evidence, a text file is not sufficient, is not considered to be sufficient evidence. However, you should have an image that you can take to a notary, you know.
Она все равно происходит в виде картинки, в виде скриншота.
A screenshot or an image is the only evidence that can be validated by a notary, and that would be considered sufficient evidence. STIX is the standard that lists all the compromise indicators and use screenshots for evidence. Thank you so much. Anything to add by any of the panelists? Well, we have a similar story in Belarus. The regulator specified the technical indicators that we need to specify if we detect any cyber attack or abuse, DNS abuse. We are responsible for detecting all the other parameters, fill them in. There are unique identifiers, URLs, domain names, emails, hash codes, and so on and so forth, as mentioned by the previous speaker. But in our case, we have a strictly specified list. It's a minimum list, and if you do not, specify the minimal set of indicators, you'll be punished by the regulator. Ruslan, anything to add? Well, we have a very similar situation in our case. Jointly with the regulator, so we came up with a formula. For instance, if we detect a phishing activity, we never refer to the source, because the regulator trusts us rather than a third party. So if we notify a regulator about a phishing attack or a DNS abuse, we do it as an independent entity, and we submit a screenshot or an image from a relevant website or domain. And in the personal account, in the web totem, there is a field for providing additional information to a regulator, and for every type of breach or incident, there are a number of fields that need to be filled in. This is the way we do. Did we answer your question? By the way, I have a question for you, if I may. No, I'm not going to provoke you or anything, but you've been accredited by ICANN, and the rules might be different for different people. Alexander and Sergey, in their presentations, stated that
на каком-нибудь месте есть фишинг, это наличие там формы, там, не знаю, ввода логина, пароля.
A login ID field, a logo of a company that does not coincide with the domain name might be sufficient evidence. You've been accredited as a registrar. Would you say that such evidence would be sufficient to block or suspend a domain? Well, we have registrars and registries, and both run additional checks for a very simple reason, because you can hack part of the code, and a screenshot will coincide with that of a phishing site 100%. You can hack a small page, a small web page, or social media, and it's not reason enough to block the entire domain of the social medium. So you have to be clear on the following. Incidents might be caused by low-skilled scammers. They use certain patterns. They even register a bunch of domains, and all of them get suspended because the design is the same. And since it's a breach of the service level, a register agreement, every time we have to make a legal decision, because your activities will result in certain consequences from court of law. And the same holds true for the hosting providers. In addition to the threat itself, you also have to evaluate the collateral damage. For instance, if someone hacked the website of a firefighter team, and that's the end of the story, you cannot block the domain of the entire firefighting service. Well, these are the disputes that our compliance department receives all the time, because you are right in saying that registrars have different approaches. We start a bit later, and we still have time for 3 to 4 questions. Go ahead. I'm going to give the floor to you first, and then I will pass the mic on to Vadim. Please introduce yourself and address a question. Dmitry Valikov, VK. My question goes to all the panelists. It's about the cloaking. What do you do? It's a huge problem. And at least VK faces this huge problem. You analyze URLs, and Yandex probably faces this problem as well, because you're smiling. What's your take on that? You can go in any order if you want to take this question. Well, I talked about the Yandex browser, and cloaking is a search engine problem. So we process complaints from end users, and we try to analyze the behavior of users. When the content is provided, the factors change. But cloaking is a huge problem indeed. It remains to be solved. So you do not do that on your own, only when you get a complaint from an end user. No, we can download it in different ways, and we'll see that the site provides different type of content to a robot and a physical user.
Кто-нибудь хочет что-нибудь дополнить?
Anyone
Или-
else?
Ну,
Would you
наверное,
like to
всё.
add anything to that?
Ответ получен.
Well, I guess this is it.
Хорошо. Вадим, пожалуйста.
Vadim, go ahead. Vadim Mikhailov, Coordination Center. I have a question for Sergey. You mentioned that in 2023, you saw a five-fold increase in the number of malicious domains and abused domains. So my question is, did you run an in-depth analysis? What's the reason? Is it geopolitics or a new attack vector? Or maybe scammers came up with a different approach, or is it a general trend? Does it increase exponentially across the world? No, it is closely connected with the geopolitical agenda and targeted mail outs. In my PPT stack, I demonstrated the Microsoft login field and the password field. So you get a phishing email, and the hacker knows the address he sent the email to, and when the hyperlink is clicked on, you don't even need to file an additional request for the email. So a hacker knows who the recipient is. He knows the IP addresses of this organization, and you can only get this content from these IP addresses. In other words, a robot or a crawler will not do you any good. Moreover, the hacker knows what server was used, and it would be either Outlook or the window browser, and the URL or the crawler will not do you any good in this case. Therefore, targeted domains aimed at a specific state is the ongoing trend. As for the global increase in the number of phishing domains, well, there is an increase, but it's not as pronounced. In other words, yesterday we saw the hockey stick graph, but for the .ru domain zone. Across the world, it doesn't look like that. It does go up, but not as drastically. We've seen the hockey stick diagram for 2 years in a row. Any other questions, comments, proposals? Right. In that case, I'd like to thank all the panelists. Hold on a second. I wanted to address my question to Alexander. You stated that you detect 1,500 phishing domains, phishing websites. What are the domain zones? How many of them are in the .rf? .ru accounts for 10%, that's 150 phishing websites. Thank you so much. I'd like to thank all the panelists. Before the section, I thought that we might reach a common denominator for both the experts and the registrars. It's not always the case, which means that we have many issues to raise at future TLD conferences. Thank you so much for your participation. Let's reconvene in 15 minutes, and now let's take a coffee break. After the break, we will be discussing applied cybersecurity. Let's take a coffee break until noon Moscow time, and the coffee break is sponsored by the .su registry.
От устаревших архитектур переходим к частным и публичным облакам. IaaS и PaaS для скорости и эффективности. Аренда оборудования и гибкие финансовые условия. Масштабируемая архитектура. Оптимизация затрат на IT. Ресурсы для получения новых конкурентных преимуществ. Расширяем границы вашего бизнеса. Регру – ваш технологический партнер. От устаревших архитектур переходим к частным и публичным облакам. ИaaS и PaaS для скорости и эффективности. Аренда оборудования и гибкие финансовые условия. Масштабируемая архитектура. Оптимизация затрат на IT. Ресурсы для получения новых конкурентных преимуществ. Расширяем границы вашего бизнеса. Регру – ваш технологический партнер.
Я могу вообще постоять.
Камера не даст тебе нормально. Тебя видеть камера не будет, если ты будешь стоять.
Вчера было вообще тут.
У меня вчера был.
Трындец.
Нет, если у вас где-то должен быть трындец, зовите меня. Я сделаю это наиболее качественным способом.
Чуть-чуть столики вперед.
Да, можно.
Да.
И тогда
Тогда можно будет кресло.
Садись.
Да. Нет, тогда совсем
Ну да, совсем
От устаревших архитектур переходим к частным и публичным облакам. IaaS и PaaS для скорости и эффективности. Аренда оборудования и гибкие финансовые условия. Масштабируемая архитектура. Оптимизация затрат на IT. Ресурсы для получения новых конкурентных преимуществ. Расширяем границы вашего бизнеса. Регру. Ваш технологический партнер.
И
Кому
поставь.
надо будет, тот достанет, а кому не надо, то и...
У нас не КВ, у нас интеллектроника. Ну что? Все включено. Все есть. А я скажу, я громче.
Коллеги, у нас двухминутная готовность, поэтому можно
Ladies and
потихоньку
gentlemen, we're going to start in a couple of minutes, so please take your seats in the conference hall.
Заканчиваем перерыв.
We're going to need to wrap up the coffee break.
Уважаемый Петр, мы ждем вас среди спикеров на сцене и будем начинать секцию.
Peter, please come out to the stage because you're one of the panelists, and we'll kick off this session.
От устаревших архитектур.
Ну что же, время 12 часов.
Well, it's noon sharp. All the panelists are on the stage. Everyone is in the room, so let's kick off this session. Today's session devoted to applied cybersecurity would be a logic continuation of issues raised by Mikhail and the panelists of the morning session when they discussed indicators and criteria, as well as intelligence linked to difficulties in detecting cyber threats. But however, we will be discussing such interesting issues as response to the threats already identified, facts, trends, collaboration and interaction between the various stakeholders, achievements, some failures, proposals, stuff like that. These are the things that we will be discussing during this session. Every panelist will have a 10-minute time slot. Please stick to the time allocated to you. Otherwise, I will give you a hint that you would need to wrap up your presentation. Save your questions until the Q&A, which will take place right after all the panelists take the floor. But I will abuse my right as a facilitator and ask you my questions as we go. Without further ado, let's move on to the agenda. The emphasis will be put on the banking industry during this section, and that's exactly who I'm gonna like to pass on the floor to. Dmitry Bonder, Alpha Bank, Belarus. The floor is all yours. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The title of my presentation is Phishing, a Myth or a Reality? I was told that this is the title that I should use, and it's quite obvious for everyone that phishing is not a myth, it's a new normal. Over the past 10 years, phishing has been one of the main attack tools, and Alpha Bank faces dozens of phishing attacks on a weekly basis. Last week we faced 46 phishing attacks. The week before last one, we faced 50. 15% of phishing attacks are targeted attacks, which means that it's not an anycast, it's not a broadcast. They target a specific organization. Oftentimes, they pose and disguise as counterparties, bank officers, regulators. This is an example of a non-targeted phishing. It's a broadcast when scammers mail out emails with phishing hyperlinks. The success ratio of such attacks is not that high, but if a victim clicks on a hyperlink, he will see a random field for tapping in the ID, logging ID and password. Targeted phishing differs from the non-targeted phishing in that the scammers prepare well. They study the organization and the officials. They use spoofing to send out their emails. And when a victim clicks on a hyperlink, he or she goes to a branded copycat version of a corporate portal where they need to type in their login data. These are the emails that we primarily get. The next type is the targeted phishing with preliminary intelligence. I don't know whether you can see anything in the small print here, but scammers learned in advance that the company wanted to organize a team building exercise, and they mailed out emails to bank officers whose emails they found online with a request to register for this event online. In the recently we have faced targeted phishing with preliminary calls corporate phone numbers are abused by the scammers. They call potential victims and they use various stories to prepare them for a phishing email. For instance, in this particular case, scammers acted as if they were IT help desk. They said that there was a problem with connecting with the headquarters and they wanted the user to install the updates on their own. And when the victim clicked on the hyperlink, he reached a branded website, and even the URL states alphabank.tech, so they replaced just two letters and they used a Trojan malware. Well, the high quality of visuals on the phishing pages stems from the fact that they can copycat our real web pages. They can prepare for the attacks with the open source intelligence, and they launch multi-stage attacks. For instance, they can send an email to a chief accountant with a request to forward this data to an officer from a financial department, and this officer would treat it with greater trust because he would get it from the chief accountant. They use QR codes for the victims to go outside of the protected perimeters, and they use multiple. The perimeter uses multiple anti-phishing tools. However, if a victim uses a QR code to get outside of the protected perimeter, then this device will no longer be protected. Phishing as a service is something that we've seen in the dark net for a very long time. The price could differ from 0 to several dozen US dollars. You can rent a phishing service without having any expertise. Social engineering, manipulation, and threatening. It's nothing new. Some scammers phone their potential victims and they would introduce them. They would introduce themselves as heads of retail department. Oftentimes, they state job titles that do not exist, and all our employees are trained to use reference books to double check the titles and the names of their bosses. So there are ways to fend off such attacks. Targeted attacks are difficult to detect because phishing pages don't live that long. They are not included in the databases. They don't have any malware. They only have fields for tapping into your personal data. And low awareness of the users is the main problem from our viewpoint. Even if you have the most advanced information security system, if you have non-competent staff, the overall protection level is not going to be that high. As for the countermeasures, naturally, you can use technical measures such as SPF, DKIM, DMARC. You can provide multi-tiered email protection, use the cyber intelligence tools. For instance, one of the attacks, we learned about one of the attacks even before it was launched, and we received data on the registration of a domain name that looked similar to ours, and the visuals were similar to ours. Cyber security exercises is a way to identify the weakest links. That is also a way to raise awareness. Constant communications aimed at increasing the level of awareness among the staff is also a must. They should be done on a regular basis, or one-off exercise once a year is not enough. emails are not enough. People tend to forget about such information. So in our case, we do such publications at least once every quarter. We do publications on the corporate web portal. We send out emails and stuff like that. I hope I managed to deliver my presentation on time. Thank you so much. I would agree with you that staff training is a topmost priority for all of us because, you know, humans are the weakest link in the chain. I have a question for you, if I may. What's the scale of the financial losses incurred by your customers? How significant are they if they are subject to targeted phishing? In Belarus, phishing is a huge problem, and even the regulators started paying attention to phishing attacks in Belarus. So there are certain recommendations and even requirements. Within the company, it's way more easier because it's simpler to raise awareness among the bank officers than as opposed to customers. Communications should cover not just employees, bank employees, but also customers. You can go through the website or through the mobile banking app, and you should use simple language to brief customers on the techniques used by the scammers and the fraudsters. And my second question is as follows. For instance, in Russia, banks, the Bank of Russia that have a FinCert department and FinCert can suspend domains through the domain control project, which is supported by the .ru and .rf ccTLD coordination center, and they can go to the RBL of the Russian Communications Supervision Agency, and so on and so forth. So what do you do in your case? Who do you turn to if you detect an attack? We do interact with the regulators, including the National Bank Security Departments of the Republic of Belarus, and we timely share the data if we detect any external attack. Right, got it. We do have people from the regulator here. We'll give them a call later on. Thank you so much, Dmitry. Let's give the floor to Alexander Dudenko, Chief Engineer of the FinCert, the Bank of Russia. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I wanted to brief you on the way to counter attacks against our customers. As for anti-fraud activities, the Bank of Russia embraces a comprehensive approach aimed at ensuring security, responding to attacks against financial institutions. We also block phone numbers used by fraudsters and scammers, and in addition to that, we also block websites and web resources both in .ru domain and foreign domains, and we also try to raise awareness amongst the public, starting from high school kids and up to retired people. Since 2016, we've been a competent authority in the .ru and .rf domain zones. And among other things, we deal with phishing, botnet management, unauthorized access by third parties to various systems. As for information sharing, over 1,000 organizations send to us data on abused domains and resources of malicious nature, and in addition to that, FinCert deals with cyber and information security organizations. They send to us databases on the identified abused or malicious resources. As for interaction with registrars in the Russian domain zone, these are the statistics for 20 22. Being part of a central bank, we focus primarily on the financial industry, and the domain names rules approved currently do not reflect the nature of the resources that we detect and act against. The number of direct requests is going down, as you can see. Starting from December 2021, the Bank of Russia has been able to send the data to the Prosecutor General's Office of the Russian Federation. Amendments were introduced to the federal law on the central bank, and now the central bank can send the data on the resources involved in the financial activities, and that includes banking, insurance services, security exchange services, as well as Ponzi scheme activities. And since we can share this data with the Prosecutor General's office, as well as block these resources even before a court of law returns a verdict, we started to actively block resources registered outside of Russia and outside of Russian domain zones. On a daily basis, we share information with the Prosecutor General's office, and this office analyzes this data and send the requests to the Russian Communications Supervision Agency that blocks the access to such resources for Russian users. As for blocking social media and messengers, since February 2022, we've been engaging in such activities. We blocked over 10,000 pages in various social media, and we blocked over 74 apps. Now I'd like to share with you examples of websites developed by scammers to steal the money. For instance, these are copycat bank websites. It's a totally made-up name of the bank, and the main objective of such web pages is to get personal data and steal money from the customers. Personal bank accounts is another example. These are the images that I found online in the search engines. Scammers can also get access to personal bank accounts. And by the way, these web pages were registered in Belarus. We, of course, do undertake certain steps, but we're limited in our capacity. Banks from the adjacent countries could be abused. For instance, this is the case of a Moldovan bank. A bank from Kazakhstan would be another example. We do share information with our foreign counterparts. Fake insurance websites that offer fake insurance products to potential victims, other resources that allegedly run polls, but the main objective of such websites is to get personal data from the users and then redirect the user to a fake platform selling shares or other securities, for instance, a fake Forex website. And the main objective, of course, is to steal the money. And this slide lists some information on the website that a victim can go to get some compensation, and then the victim would suffer an additional financial loss. Another example of Ponzi schemes, we do actively detect Ponzi schemes and websites like that. Platforms that are allegedly engaged in investment activities, everything is done online. This is an image showing that a victim allegedly gets the money, but actually that forces the victim to wire a huge amount of money to these platforms. We try to counter social engineering schemes and scammers in the past few years target specific victims. And as is clear from the slide, this is stage one. A victim gets a call and the scammers use either ordinary phone numbers or messengers to lure a potential victim into a dialogue with the ultimate objective being stealing the money. They introduce themselves as law enforcement officers or central bank officers. So they would even provide fake IDs, and scammers might even register copycat websites that look just like a website of the central bank, and they would upload fake IDs, or they would suggest that the victim should download an app for the sake of protection against fraud and scamming. A very similar approach, apps were uploaded on fake sites, and the main objective is to get access to the smartphone of a victim. On an annual basis, the Bank of Russia runs public opinion polls, and in 2023, over 400,000 people were polled by the central bank. The goal of the poll was to detect the level of satisfaction of the public with the security provided by the financial institutions. And we ultimately established the profile of a typical victim of scammers. In other words, this is the category that suffered the most damage in the past few years. And as you can see, these are females aged 25 to 44 who live in cities and towns and have an average income. On an annual basis and on a quarterly basis, the Bank of Russia publishes bulletins on the most relevant attacks. We also publish statistics. The 2023 overview is posted online. You can use the QR code to go to the relevant webpage. And one other thing I want to mention, every February, the Bank of Russia organizes the Urals Forum based in Yekaterinburg. And this forum is devoted to information security and data protection. You're all invited if you're willing to take part in this forum. Thank you so much, Alexander. When I take a look at such PPT stacks and the screenshots that you included, it sets me thinking about the dangerous lives we live in, because scammers get more professional and their visuals are great. The fake websites look even better than the real ones. Indeed, this is a high quality copy job. Well, Alexander, I have the following question. In one of the slides, you listed the number of requests that you sent to the Prosecutor General's office, and in the past few years, there is a decline of sorts. Is it because of the seasonality, because of the summer vacations, or what's the reason for that? Well, we've embraced a slightly different approach to sending requests to the Prosecutor General's office. Scammers register secondary level domains, and then they would register dozens or hundreds of third level domains that get changed all the time. So we block second level domains and all the follow-up subdomains. So the statistics include that. While in the past we blocked third level domains, for instance, 100 of them. Now what we can do is block the second level domain. That's why the figures went down. But the blocks that we impose are way more effective. Got it. So it's not about the reduced number of incidents. Unfortunately, this is not the case, and the amount of money stolen is still huge. Exactly. We'll keep on working on that. We give the floor to the banks, both Russian and Belarusian. Now let's move on to experts on cybersecurity and actually experts who protect the entire internet. Dmitry Kirishkin, head of the BuyZone brand protection. The floor is yours. Good afternoon. Today I'd like to talk to you about phishing in the finance sector and everything related to phishing attacks. On the face of it, it might seem that phishing attacks are not against banks, but this is what it is. But before I do that, let me share with you some facts and figures and the statistics. So this slide shows the number of leaks that we detected last year. 981 million lines were leaked from companies that published everything in the public domain. So that's the overall figure. We also calculated the average indicator, and it turned out that every 10th person's data was leaked. So if you have 100 staff in your company, then data on 10 of them would be leaked. Sometimes it's not just login and passwords, but also hash codes and so on and so forth. Just last year alone, we blocked over 210,000 phishing sources. That's more than we did the year before our last one. And over 90% of banks have phishing clones on the internet. These are the ones that we detected, but actually any bank would have a phishing clone. And Alexander was right in saying that sometimes there are copycat websites for non-existing banks. So the question is, why do scammers attack the finance sector? How come it's so popular amongst the scammers? Well, first and foremost, it's easier to steal the money from a victim if they use a bank copycat clone. And money is always linked to emotions and desires to make more money. And now I'd like to brief you on three main emotions targeted and abused by the scammers to steal the money from the potential victims. First and foremost, we're talking about carelessness. That's what bullet one is all about. Oftentimes, people use mobile apps on the run. They would use their smartphones in the subway or in a taxi, in a car, and most of the people use banking apps on the go. Scammers know that and they capitalize on that, they abuse that. There is a definite trend showing that scammers would develop a copycat mobile app, not a desktop version, but rather a mobile version of a website. And people are careless when they're on a run, and that plays a bad joke on them. They do not double check the validity of a hyperlink to see whether it's a phishing attack or not. They click on anything. The second emotion that they capitalize on is fear. Oftentimes, scammers use fear to put additional pressure on the victims, for instance, by saying that soon a law enforcement officer will get in touch with you, or you have to pay a fine, your password has expired, and so on and so forth. So fear is a very strong emotion that scammers abuse, because if people get scared of something, they stop thinking and they act on the recommendations of the scammers, and they fall prey to phishing attacks or fake pages. And last but not least is the desire of gain. For instance, if you are told that you won a million in a raffle, all you need to do is, to pay 100 rubles to get your win. This is what the scammers abuse as well. This is a very popular scheme that we detected this year. Well, actually, it started at the end of last year. Initially, it seems it doesn't seem to be linked with the banks, but trust me. Various marketplaces such as Yandex Market, Ozon, Wildberries, Bear Market, or the Mega Market, scammers would create an account of a fake seller. They would offer something for sale, for instance, a smartphone. A victim sees a low price, wants to buy the commodity, places an order for this commodity, and then the victim gets a rejection from the seller saying, unfortunately, we're out of stock, the smartphone cannot be sold to you. And then a day later, a victim would get an email saying, we are sorry, we were out of stock, but we have a partner store on a different marketplace. Here's your link with a discount. We'll give you a discount for the fact that we canceled your previous order. This is phishing for a marketplace or an online platform, but actually it is connected to the bank, because ultimately the scammer tries to steal the money from a banking card. Yeah, so I believe that even schemes like that that allegedly target marketplaces actually target banking cards of potential victims, and this is not a standalone scheme. Most of the schemes aim to steal the money from the bank accounts of potential victims. Anyway, it is connected to banks, and of course there are lots of phishing web pages that aim to steal ID, login ID for Telegram and WhatsApp accounts. They don't steal the money or the bank account data, they steal login data. However, all the other schemes boil down to stealing banking data. For instance, the previous story was about a marketplace and marketplace acting as a delivery means to a phishing page, but a phishing page would still require banking details from you. So I would say that even schemes like that target banks. Of course, banks try to counter that, but a word just skipped my mind. They don't target a specific bank, but even such generic phishing pages aim to target non-branded financial institutions. Let me share with you statistics on the phishing trends starting from July 2023. Unfortunately, the number of phishing pages is going up. Unfortunately, the trend is uprising. Phishing pages target banks and non-financial institutions. And by the way, I'd like to thank all the partners, including ICANN, for sharing with us the main zone files so that we can double check domains for phishing content. That helps a lot in what we do. Now, let me focus on the adversary concealing techniques that they use to conceal phishing content. Well, you won't find anything new here.
Расскажу еще один небольшой скрытый пункт. Ну, во-первых, это сокрытие
Well, they access from target country IP addresses only, and this is something that we see all the time if the phishing pages are registered in Belarus. User agent limitations, in other words, phishing pages are only displayed for mobile users, not desktop users. Bullet 3 is something that Alexander already mentioned. That's creating third level and higher subdomains. They just register a second level domain, and under it there are hundreds of phishing pages. Bullet 4, unique path for every single user, and it could be time limited. For instance, a scammer tries to fool a specific victim, and the scammer creates a long URL that with a limited lifespan, and it's a challenge to detect this unique URL. And even if you do detect it, you have to feed it to the registrar, but the lifespan is limited. These are not new techniques, but I just want to highlight them. And bullet 6 is as follows. Well, it's not a concealment technique, but rather it's an unpleasant story happening with a specific registrar. It's not a Russian, it's not a Belarusian registrar. It has HQ in California and an office in China. So this registrar does not have any feedback form, and you can only file complaints on a web page. And and there is a timeout for every single IP address. So you can only send a complaint, a request through the web page. And if we get 30 complaints, we cannot forward it to the registrar. We even sent the data on this register to ICANN. No results so far, but well, the register gets requests, blocks the phishing sources. You can go to this register, but in practice, it doesn't really work effectively. So, what do we do given so many problems? Can we counter phishing? Well, the answer is a definite yes. We should, and we do. This is an average number of phishing attacks that our customers are subjected to. Initially, we see a peak when we fine-tuned the tools to detect various phishing attacks. Then scammers try to come up with a second wave of the phishing pages, but since our tools are already fine-tuned, we can block most of them. And then a year later, what we see is that they no longer target this organization, they go somewhere else, they change their techniques, but nevertheless, the number of phishing attacks against a specific organization goes down. So it's work in progress. We should counter phishing attacks because it yields positive results. That brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you so much. So, new domains are being registered. That means the number of phishing attacks goes up, and that's why we see such a growth rate. Well, as far as a specific organization is concerned, well, scammers have to migrate the phishing pages to a different domain, and they target different financial organizations. In other words, if they see that a domain just recently registered is blocked, they realize that it doesn't make any sense, and they either use targeted mailouts, for instance, when they create unique phishing pages for every entity, or they target a different company, or they use a different technique. For instance, they use Telegram for rather than emails. Messengers are a problem. I didn't have a separate slide on Telegram because it was not about bank, but in Telegram we see lots of phishing attacks and different ways of using Telegram for scamming and fraud. I'm not saying that this is a problem unique for Telegram. It's just a consequence of Telegram being such a popular messenger. Why use an unpopular messenger if you can use a popular messenger to cover as many people as possible? WhatsApp is also a popular delivery means. Exactly. So it's not a question, but rather a comment. You mentioned the emotions that can be abused by the scammers, and it seems to me that criminals use greed or fear as the primary feelings, as described by the songwriters, the Soviet era songwriters. What do we do to train our users that they should that they should better control their emotions, especially when they try to engage in a transaction? That's an open question. Ilya, please save your question for later for the Q&A. No, hold on a second. You will have a chance to comment on everything later on during the Q&A. Our next expert is Stanislav Goncharov, head of the Digital Risks Protection Department, FACT. Olga, thank you so much for giving us the floor on the last day and during the last session, because we had a chance to talk to everyone. We had a chance to discuss the best practices in the CIS and the region in general. And it turns out that in Russia, the situation is not as bad as it might seem. There are more adverse regions in that regard. And actually, it came out as a surprise for me because, of course, we do need to share our practical experience. And there was a great question addressed to Alpha Bank about the way they go about protecting their employees. We should learn from each other, And my presentation will focus on how to improve interaction amongst the Russian companies. Let me briefly introduce FACT as a company to you. We work both in Russia and the CIS. We spawned from Group ID, which is probably more known to you. We are engaged in cyber crime forensics. We provide security to commercial, non-commercial, non-profit organizations, and digital risks is something that we focus on. And of course, we closely collaborate with the ccTLD Coordination Center, and as is a tradition, we prepare statistics on phishing, on collaborating with the domain patrol, and we also share other data. But these are some facts and figures. In the first half of 2024, by the way, these are statistics for the finance industry. So in the first half of 2024, we saw a considerable increase year over year 2023, and as compared versus the second half of 2023. You'll see lots of hyperlinks here, and the number of hyperlinks reduced. All the InfoSec vendors that we collaborate with realize that the schemes are basically the same. They do not change much. At least they don't change that significantly. While in the past,
Регрупп, ваш технологический партнер.
we would be surprised to see that a resource would only be available to a limited number of IP addresses. Now it's business as usual, and they try to register now third-level domains and work with subdomains to a greater extent. Well, financial institutions are in the lead, naturally. Online services and delivery services closely follow the financial institutions. These statistics on the requests that we sent to the coordination center. In the first half, this number went up, and the most of the requests pertained to were sent to Regru and other registrars. It's worth mentioning that most of the phishing attacks targeted financial institutions, as described by Dmitry. For instance, they use the marketplaces scheme. We call it the Mammoth scheme, and we give a detailed description of this scheme in our press releases. Naturally, objective number one is to steal banking data and login data. In the past, it was balanced out, but now everyone wants to steal the money. The average financial losses suffered by the physical persons amounted to $200. We basically have the same figures. $300 to $350, and of course, this is not on a par with the losses suffered by entities rather than physical persons. B2B scale attacks are attacks that amount to losses losses of several million Russian rubles. In the .ru domain zone, we registered the greatest number of lookalike and copycat brand phishing sites. Almost 19% are second-level domains, and the rest of them are third-level domains, as was mentioned by the previous speaker.
Но для тех, кто не знает, там, да, в чем, собственно, проблема.
Just to briefly go over that scheme, a company who wants to register a lookalike domain name gets the registration without any problems, and then, regardless of the industry, the brand suffers from the fact that the copycat website displays illegal content, or it can be used for online fraud purposes, and the victims would lose their personal data or money. And once again, I'd like to highlight the need of having a registry inside every registrar to aggregate the data and then use the neural networks or scoring systems to double check the domain names. Type of scoring algorithms are used by everyone now, and copyright holders would support these activities both in financial terms and in other terms. We need to warn a potential registry that if there is a breach the domain is going to be blocked or discontinued by the registrar.
Какой-то, значит, доли, которую мы не хотим никому давать, а в плане
We don't
ускорения
want to
по части нарушений, и не только фишингового ПО. Ну и, конечно, расширить
limit anyone's business, but we want to reduce the number of phishing, and of course we would be happy to collaborate with the
Переходим к
InfoSec
частным и
counterparts.
публичным облакам.
We want to sign data sharing agreements with third-level domains
Для скорости
as well.
и эффективности.
Second-level domains,
Аренда оборудования
if
и
blocked,
гибкие финансовые условия. Масштабируемая
well, it takes a long
архитектура.
time to
Оптимизация
detect
затрат на IT.
and to detect illegal content in second-level domains. And the
Ресурсы для
registrars
получения новых
are really
конкурентных
unwilling
преимуществ.
to block second-level domains.
Расширяем границы вашего
достаточно сильно
бизнеса.
аффектит.
And of course, the exaggerated activities
Регрупп.
clearly
Ваш технологический
affect
партнер.
the transparency of the internet.
Большое количество зарубежных брендов в фишинг-доменах регистрируются.
Lookalike brands and domains are registered in the Russian domain zones, and well, it just shows you the ratio between Russian and foreign domain names. API databases should be expanded for both newly registered domains, and I always tell everyone that this should be an option put on the table. It does not result in any financial or legal liabilities. We'll just filter out garbage or malware posted on your websites. Detecting various lookalike and copycat websites is something that we can do with the help of fine-tuning our scoring systems and technologies. The rest of my presentation are case studies that I wanted to share with you. I will quickly go over them because they're all well known to you. We've been discussing them for years on end. But I just wanted to highlight that the agenda is changing all the time. For instance, in the past, scammers would ask you to vote for a niece of some friend via WhatsApp, but you would need to click on a hyperlink to log in. Well, now Telegram accounts are hijacked, and you would allegedly get a message from the help desk of Telegram saying that your account is going to be blocked if you don't send some authorization data to the help desk and so on and so forth. So within less than a year, 1.8 million Telegram accounts have been hijacked, and these accounts were abused to mail out messages using the contacts contained there. Stealing money, not just from the victim, but from his or her relatives, is the main objective. And the same holds true for WhatsApp, as was mentioned by the previous speakers. The scale is huge, and how come we're talking about hijacking in the messengers? Because they use fake websites and phishing sources, as well as scam resources. As far as banks are concerned, Alexander gave a very detailed description of all the possible schemes pertaining to investment activities and so on and so forth. What we see is that traffic is generated by a Telegram channel. You go there to buy some shares or other securities, and lots of banks are subject to such a scheme. Dmitry said that 90% of banks have malicious clones. And let's take a B2B bank, for instance, Avantgarde. It's a Russian bank. But again, it works in a B2B sector. That's why it's not susceptible to such attacks. So that's the Mammon scheme. The objective is to steal the money. Coverage is basically everyone, all the brands, such as classified, online classified ads, but the banking sector also suffers losses because, this is the block diagram of the scheme. You don't even need to create a fake classified. You can just scan classifieds, real classifieds, select a victim, use the Avito Messenger to get in touch with the potential victim, send him or her a hyperlink saying that the payment was received for a good or a service, and it's an automated Telegram bot that could be used. By the way, I covered that during my presentation last year at ccTLD. And so you can create fake pages for payment and for the return of payment. So the name Moment originates from the fact that you can be fooled 2 times. You can be scammed for money 2 times. You pay. You pay once, and then you pay again when you try to get your money back. And it's a P2P transfer, money transfer. Loyalty programs. Various is another scheme. Banks.
Оптимизация затрат на IT.
Или какой-то банк, который более-менее интересен для злоумышленников, и, собственно, раскачивают...
Or targeted by the scammers, and they use context advertisements to this effect. Context advertisements or pop-out advertisements were not as popular, but now they've been revived. Users are redirected with the help of various hyperlinks, and the ultimate phishing domain would require either banking data, such as login and password, or banking card data. It's quite a widespread scheme, and the top Russian banks, top 6 Russian banks, suffer from this scheme. This is the flowchart of the scheme used, launching the content, script, redirect, and the fill-in form. This scheme does not require any technical skills or any legal preparation, and these schemes are often used by underaged scammers or guys who want to make a quick buck. It's not a trend, it's a pinpoint, I would say. And I just wanted to highlight that most of the people present here know that it's a huge headache for the banks, and the Yandex tries to counter the pop-up advertisements. The average response time can vary from 15 to 24 hours, but on average, it takes quite a long time. It takes the entire working day. The hyperlink will stay active for the entire day, and information security companies need to block the traffic altogether. Prosecutor General's office was mentioned today, and I just wanted to point out that they are interested in schemes pertaining to selling driver's license, diplomas, and so on and so forth. In 2020 and 2021, this scheme was popular when people would buy medical medical documents pertaining to the COVID. Now the same scheme is used for selling a driver's license. We detected over 200 phishing domains that offered to sell driver's license and medical documents for the traffic police. Some of them stole the money, and some of them were even more complicated. For instance, more services were imposed on the victims. This is it. I will be happy to take your questions, if any. Well, I have a brief question, if I may. My question is about tracking services offered by lookalike websites. As far as I understand, non-branded phishing is gaining steam. Do you think it's going to be a popular service if x1sd.ru domain is registered and then a subdomain would be used for copycat purposes? Well, I get an impression that it's not a lookalike, but over 70% in the Russian domain zone are lookalike. So you're saying it's still relevant? It is. And you know, digital risk protection is something that we're trying to push forward.
Крупными бизнесами, масштабными бизнесами. Они только-только начинают понимать, что такое type-squatting, и хотят защищаться.
People want to protect against typo squatting, but typo squatting is not a digital risk per se. However, potentially it could evolve into a risk. So it's just a small share of, it could be a small part of large-scale scanning schemes. So I think I'm going to be raising this issue until we resolve it. But this is something that you specialize in as a cyber security expert. You can, but how do we inform the copyright holders about the need to deal with such threats? Well, working groups should be trilateral. Copyright, security experts, and registrars should be invited to meetings of working groups. Thank you so much, Stanislav. We give the floor to banks, to experts, and now let's move on to law enforcement. Piotr Zaretsky, head of the main department of digital development of preliminary investigation, the investigative committee of the Republic of Belarus. Piotr, the floor is yours. Thank you for inviting me. Indeed, I have some information to share with you and I have lots of questions. Well, I started my career as an investigator back in the 1990s when the Republic was crime-ridden. There were murders and so on and so forth. Then in the 2000s, drugs became the main problem. We're talking about crystal meth, spices, and so on and so forth. Drugs are still a problem, but they've been their share has been reduced, while the cybercrime is on the rise. And law enforcement agencies will not be able to cope with them on their own. 2 years ago, we established the main department of digital development of preliminary investigation. In other words, the digital capacity was put under a single umbrella of this department. Well, the classical anti-crime efforts boil down to catching the criminals and putting them in jail, and this is the end of the story. That's what we do, among other things. And this slide shows the top 5 criminal cyber groups that were caught in the past 2 years. Well, they are spread all over the globe, therefore it's impossible to catch and imprison all of them. So We focused on the heads, the developers, and financiers, while the ordinary rank and file workers are still at large. They create new groups, they join efforts, they team up. It's a never-ending story. Therefore, it's work in progress. Though we know the way they work because they usually use the very same schemes. Most of them, well, all of these groups, criminal groups, used phishing attacks. Several years ago, our agency developed the trace evidence information system, and all the investigators, when they started new criminal cases, had to populate the system with the digital indicators such as domain names abused by the criminals. I'm not talking about phishing alone. We're talking about drug trafficking, pornography, stuff like that. For instance, this slide shows just a single domain name and the huge number of criminal cases initiated in our small country. The blocking procedure is very similar to that embraced in Russia and Kazakhstan. PLGBY runs restricted access lists, so we populate the list with the information, and the providers get this data in real time to block access to users to these web resources. The legal framework is something that we're not happy with because it's done at the level of prosecutors, at the level of regional prosecutors. And we try to minimize the time for feeding the data to the restricted access list. And this is the anti-phishing information system. These are our regional affiliate offices that feed the data into the information system every morning, and during the day, they send the data to the prosecutors, and the prosecutors double check it, and sometimes domains are blocked on the following morning. What we're currently doing is as follows. Heated debates are taking place in our parliament to delegate the power to block websites at a lower level, and that would help us remotely block the resources without so much paperwork, which is now obsolete. This is another system that we developed on our own. It's a system for detecting phishing internet resources. It screens advertisements, search engines, it screens documents and blocks the phishing resources. A lion's share of the phishing resources can be detected even before victims fall prey. And by the way, alpha polls have become very popular. We see them in our blocked list all the time. This is correspondence in one of the chats used by a criminal group. By the way, we monitor certain chats. We know when they change the domains, and we immediately block them. It's a long story, but it's a scandal in the chat when rank and file workers complain to their bosses or the developers that a domain has been blocked, and the developer is just a teenager who lives in the Moscow suburbs is saying that the domains are blocked in some tricky way in Belarus, and it's it's difficult to evaluate something which never happened. But this particular phrase is a good indicator of how effective our work is. We simultaneously developed standard letters, both in Russian and in English, that are sent to registrars. We believe that this approach is way more effective. I don't think I need to explain myself. Just imagine you run an investment project for Russian speakers, but let's say we block it in Belarus. But what about Russia and Kazakhstan, as well as other Russian-speaking countries? People would still have their money stolen if we don't block it. And criminal groups get used and they adapt to our activities. So they would register lots of domains and they would switch over to a different domain in real time if the previous domain is blocked. So and it takes us almost 24 hours to block another domain. And most of the registrars are also hosting providers, and
не только домен, но сносят сайт, или это куда для них более
болезненно. And they suffer, I mean, scammers suffer much damage if a hoster blocks not just the domain, but also the website. And of course, we include this data into the anti-phishing information system. We keep track of the registrars who collaborate with us. Well, an unpleasant trend is as follows. A hoster replied, "No problem. We block domains at your request, but I blurred some of the lines in the response of a Russian registrar." This register referred to a convention, to a totally different convention, saying that they will not block the domain. Well, they received a letter from a gov.by, which is an official resource, and an abuse should be considered in any case. So I really hope that we will speak the same language with all of you sooner or later. And of course, we want to respond as fast as possible. Oftentimes, an hour of a phishing activity results in dozens of victims with financial losses amounting to several 100,000 euros. We used Whois services to determine data on the registered domains. Now we don't get such data, and we used emails to run our analysis, and I believe that the paper-based information flow should be streamlined and should become a thing of the past. Let's say we have our suspicions about the domain, and of course we would get an order from the Prosecutor General's office, but we want to block it as fast as possible. In conclusion, I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting me to this conference. In Belarus, we attend various fora all the time on a regular basis, and we have established a close cooperation with the business and the other law enforcement agencies to counter criminal groups, and I believe that we can scale it up on a global level. Thank you. Thank you, Peter. Well, we don't have that many registrars in the room. I represent a registry, so let me speak on behalf of the people who get lots of requests. You have to be clear on two things. You mentioned the paper-based paper flow. We have a domain that we launched in 2012 to to minimize the paperwork, and only authorized competent authorities have access. There are a total of 12 of them. 3 of them are represented on the stage. Well, if you give us access to this wonderful resource, well, it might be complicated. And secondly, I do understand your headache about talking to the registrants. However, for the registrars, it's a separate headache because it's about customer relations, cost, and so on and so forth. Well, Dmitry mentioned that they have problems with foreign registrars. You're saying that you have problems with the Russian registrars. So what I suggest you do is you don't go directly to a registrar, but rather send a request to the national CERT, Computer Emergency Response Team. Unfortunately, they were unable to attend today's conference, but they respond very quickly to requests, and they have several ways to block traffic. They can act both as competent authorities, and they can they can send requests to the registrars through the domain patrol. And in addition to that, being a coordination center, a public coordination center, they can go to the Prosecutor General's office, the Russian Communications Supervisory Agency, to block the domains. So, like I said, they act extremely quickly. They can go through the Prosecutor General's office or the domain patrol to process all the requests. And by the way, this is part of the job description to deal with the requests coming from you. So the cert.gov.ru is the address. I can introduce you to them if you want me to. They're wonderful people, and they would be happy to collaborate with you among other people. You had a chance to talk to them at the RIGF Russian Internet Governance Forum, if I'm not mistaken. So if you change the focal point a bit, it'll work in your case. Just don't go to the registry directly. Go to them. As for the registrars, Marina Brick is the last speaker of the day, and she is the domain product business, head of the domain product business. Runity supports 74% of the domain names. Let me add to the previous question. How come you don't go to the Russian Investigative Committee? They could have taken your request and forwarded it to us.
Давайте не следственный комитет, давайте
Right. Let's focus on the CERT, Computer Emergencies Response Team and Coordination Center. But you can go through the investigative committee as well. It'll be direct communications. Right. As far as my presentation is concerned, in Runity, I'm responsible for domain development and the relevant services and platform development. And for this particular session, we prepared an overview on the DNS abuse. The 3 registrars, as was mentioned by Olga, account for 74% of the domain market. Therefore, this data can be used to get the entire picture of the situation in the Russian market. Let me briefly introduce the Russian registrars to you. Rus Center deals with large companies. It is responsible for large domain portfolios. Reg.ru is a more democratic brand. And as far as the domain business is concerned, this is the register of the small size register for Russian small and medium businesses. And R01 is the oldest register for resellers operating in Russia. Now let's focus on the requests. Let's start with the sources of such requests. We traditionally get requests from 6 different types of applicants. In 3 out of 6, we're talking about security threat requests. In other words, these are law enforcement agencies, and they include the public agencies, courts of law, competent authorities, Ministry of Internal Affairs, and public officials. And 2 other categories include business applicants, such as lawyers and copyright holders. And private requests, it's a motley crew category. The reasons might be different. For instance, fight for justice, a different view as opposed to the view of a resource owner, and so on. As for the types of requests, there are 2 main categories. In one case, applicants want an action, and in the second category, they want information. For instance, if we get a request from the police, primarily they want us to share information with us. Copyright holders usually ask us to either block an illegal activity at or get information to go to court. Well, the methodology might clarify some of the things here. We processed all the incoming requests in the way they were sent to us by the applicant. They would require an immediate block without evidence, or they would accuse a registrar of fraud without any evidence again. So we focus on the social aspect of the data. For instance, if it's about a fraud and an applicant wants us to block a resource because he believes that it's a fraud. So we put it into the fraud category in the statistics. I'm gonna give you a breakdown of the phishing, fraud, scamming attacks later on. There will be a pie chart on that. So depending on the type specified by the applicant, we did this breakdown. Let me share some facts and figures with you. The number of incoming requests went down in 2024 year over year 2023 by almost a quarter. Initially, the network activity went down. In 2022 and 2023, we saw a greater number of requests, and now we're past the peak numbers. Now let me share with you the breakdown by types of requests. We use the key words for the breakdown. For instance, if the applicant used fraud in the title, then so be it. Botnet and farming shares were insignificant for farming. We only received 14 requests, so it's almost zero, and that's why they were not included in the pie chart. Regru and RusCenter are the 2 most popular registries, and they stated that the peak happened in April. It's a way to celebrate the 30th anniversary of the .ru domain zone. Let's deep dive into the main figures. RusCenter and R01 on average get 6,100 requests per month, And
этого потока входящих обращений. Запросы компетентных организаций и госорганов занимают всего 9%.
competent public authorities account for just 9% of the requests, of the incoming requests. We get most of the requests from the lawyers, copyright holders, and
Если мы посмотрим на
if you
соотношение
take a look at the ratio of the domains and the requests, then we'll see that
каждый 26-й домен.
every 26th domain is under the threat of a request of being blocked.
Тут ниже соотношение числа запросов к числу доменов.
The ratio for reg.ru is lower. Well, it's significantly lower. But take a look at the number of requests coming from the competent and public authorities. It's way higher. And let's wrap up my presentation on the upbeat note.
То там будет большое число талончиков, мне только продлить домен. Очередь поменьше на вторичный рынок.
Secondary market queue to the registrars would be less, is going to be shorter than the queue for registering new domains. And if you compare new domain registration to abuse requests, you'll see that the ratio is 6.5 to 1, though it should be 20 to 1.
По мере выстраивания механизмов защиты от зловредов мы будем увеличивать.
And let's hope that this ratio will go up as we grow our part of the internet. Thank you. Thank you, Marina. Let me add to that. I already talked about the Computer Emergency Response Team Coordination Center. It was part of your 9% share. So if you go via the coordination center, then your requests will not fall into the 90% category with the lower priority, despite the fact that you use the gov.by extension. You are in a different jurisdiction, and fake emails are also a problem. Therefore, requests are rejected. So go via the coordination center. We have a different queue for requests coming from competent and law enforcement authorities. So if you want to fall into a different category, which is in the fast lane, go via the coordination center. That would be a great approach. We're almost out of time as far as our section is concerned. We almost have no time for the Q&A, but of course we will take a couple of questions from the floor. Let's take two questions. Ilya was the first one to raise his hand. The floor is yours. I just wanted to offer my comment on what Dmitry had to say. Have you ever tried to use the abuse context from the WHOIS database on the, as far as the registrars are concerned? Well, WHOIS contact is always concealed. Well, an abuse contact from the WHOIS. You mean the email of a registrar? They only say we take requests via the website. Use this form. Can they do that? Well, ask Mikhail. We already raised this issue at the very beginning. It's a good question. Well, the contract says that they have to, as far as abuse contacts are concerned. Well, should it be email or just a web form? Web form is actually a subtype of email. So it's a great question for the lawyers. But my general recommendation would be as follows. If you send a request to a registrar or to the compliance department, to ICANN compliance department, details are important, and the language is important. Evidence plays a huge role in that, and the way you phrase your request also plays a very important role. for instance, website is not something that registrars deal with. They will refer you to the hosting providers. However, if you specify that the domain is abused, then formally it's under the mandate of a registrar. So even such phrases are important. As for the ICANN compliance department is concerned, the phrasing is important, and the number of pieces of evidence that you provide to a registrar is also important. The obstacles that you face in collaborating with one registrar might not breach the letter of the law, but overall, you need to provide exhaustive information, as much context information as possible, as much evidence as possible, and be careful with the phrasing. That's the general recommendation for everyone if you face challenges like that. Thank you so much. I guess we will contact you for additional consultations because, there were some technical limitations on the part of a registrar.
У нас Павла нет, у нас есть Петр.
We don't have Pavel, but we have Peter here on the stage. Sorry. You mentioned the Russian register, and Russian registers cannot make verdicts on .ru domains. They can only get requests from the domain patrol for .ru and .rf domains. As for the other domains, you can send your request directly to the registry, and it's the registry rather than the registrar who would deal with the request, and they will quickly block these domains if they're abused. In ccTLD, they have their own procedure. You have to the registry first, then to the registrar, and then ICANN. New domain zones can be referred to registries directly without going through the registrars, and the registry will immediately block a domain. And this is especially true for .ru. As for .org or .biz, you can refer it to the registry. The registry will forward it to the registrar, and it will be blocked shortly. And they solve these problems without any headache. That's a great piece of advice, Peter. By the way, keep this in mind. I will definitely follow up on your advice, and we'll see what it leads to. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We discussed lots of questions, we raised lots of issues. However, the concealed part of the iceberg is still huge, and we'll have enough issues to include in the agenda follow-up conferences. Thank you so much. I'm going to pass on the floor to Andrei for the wrap-up and for the closing remarks. While we're preparing for the official close of the conference, let me raise some household issues, and Zhora will brief us on what we need. At 3 p.m. sharp, 3 buses will be waiting for you right outside this hotel, and depending on your color identifier, you will have to take one of the buses. There will be a person right next to the bus with the relevant color, so read your email and you'll see your destination there, and it's in order. Buses are going to leave at 3 p.m. sharp. Don't be late, otherwise you won't be able to get there because no taxi will ever go to that destination. Please come out to the stage and grab a mic, and I want to invite to the stage Polina Fedorova from hoster.by, our host Alexey Rogdev, CEO of the general partner Technical Center, Evgeny Morozov, CEO of VSK. Please come out to the stage. Evgeny Koskevich from Ros, well, he's already on the stage. And Anthony Kuzmichov, Runity. First and foremost, please take your seats. We will wrap up the outcomes. And I just wanted to give the floor to every partner to share some feedback with us. What was good, what was not so good. Let's give a round of applause to our partners, because without their financial and organizational support, this conference would never have happened. Polina, the floor is yours. Thank you so much. First and foremost, it's a pleasure. It was a pleasure to see all of you here in Minsk. My feedback is extremely positive. Well, we were nervous about the way this conference would be organized, but it was great. At least this is my impression. Once again, I hope you really liked it. The agenda was great. I had a chance to listen to almost every presentation, and I'd like to welcome all of you on the 3rd of December to the Internet Governance Forum. It will also be organized by us in Minsk, this time in winter. Minsk is great in winter as well. As for the venue, we'll give you more detailed information later on. Please stay in touch. Thank you so much. Alexei, the floor is yours. Thank you. Well, the forum was great. I'd like to thank our hosts for organizing such a great conference. Despite the fact that .ru and .by domains celebrate their 30th anniversary, well, 30 years is a huge period of time, and on the face of it, we should have solved all the problems, but actually problems and threats evolve, and our approaches to solving these problems change as well, and we have much information to share with each other. And I really liked the last two sessions devoted to cybersecurity, because they clearly show that every registry, every country does something differently, and this information should be shared. And of course, we want to invite not just competent authorities to such conferences. Of course, we'd like to thank them for their participation, but we'd also like to see people from entities such as the Investigative Committee of the Republic of Belarus. I really liked that presentation. So I believe for this conference is a definite success. Thank you so much. Well, I really like the fact that you stated that the Investigative Committee was not afraid of joining this conference. The Investigative Committee is not scared of anything. But oftentimes, indeed, the speakers say that they'd like to see people representing public offices here. Even the Coordination Center was expected to send 5 people, but unfortunately, they were unable to overcome the red tape. Well, we want to see public stakeholders in greater numbers at the next conference, and you know, starting from tomorrow, we need to start attracting them. Indeed, we used to invite just registries and registrars to discuss our technical cooperation, but for the second year in a row, we have a very interesting section that involves public stakeholders, and I believe it's of interest to a broad range of experts following us online, or those who will watch the recorded videos. Evgeny Morozov, the floor is yours. I believe that the conference is a definite success, and the agenda was busy but interesting, and the welcome was very warm. I'd like to thank our hosts for that. And you know, we received such a warm welcome that we enjoyed the conference until the very last day. and we stayed in a great mood. We had a great venue for official negotiations, and we had multiple opportunities to share our views offline and during the conference. So as far as the agenda is concerned, I believe that it was interesting, it was busy, and indeed, security in the domain industry is coming to the forefront, and that's why the last two sessions were quite interesting. We know how to deal with the domains. We learned that in the past 30 years, but now we have to ensure the right security and reliability because new challenges are coming on stream. We need to be able to respond to them. And I believe that it'll take some time, but the work is interesting. And it's worthwhile noting that it's been an international conference. People from different countries attended this conference. I managed to talk to most of them. And sharing international experience is something that we're looking forward to. We need to expand the geographical coverage to make the conference even more interesting. Thank you so much. Thank you, Evgeny. Well, by the way, this conference set a record in terms of the number of offline participants. Online, we attracted more participants during the COVID pandemic, but I'm talking about offline participants who physically attended this conference. We set an all-time high, and this is a great trend, proving that the venue and the conference itself are very popular. 130 people attended this conference in person. Evgeny Koskevich, who represents the oldest registry in the region, I'm not talking about the global scale, but people from other registries, didn't like me calling him Big Brother, but okay. Evgeny, you started attending various fora and conferences, which was not the case in the past few years. Does that signify a change of a paradigm? Why did you join? Why did you join the professional community and you even become a partner? Of course, it's a change of paradigm. First and foremost, I'd like to thank our host, that's Hoster BY and the Coordination Center for organizing such a great event. And indeed, we do realize the importance and significance of such events. I saw lots of positive things. On the other hand, we do understand that we all face multiple problems and challenges, both in the field of cybersecurity and elsewhere. But the most positive takeaway for me is that despite the widespread use of AI, we will not be out of job at least until the next conference, and we'll see what happens a year later. Thank you so much. I'd like to pass on the floor to Andrei Kuzmichov. RU Center Space Group, now we just simply call them Runity because they merged. But you're now responsible for a very powerful share of the market, and that's why your presentations become ever more interesting. Well, to follow up on that, Oleg, I'd like to say that thanks to joint efforts, we see that the Russian ccTLD's country code top-level domains are improving. TLDCon once again proved that it's a great venue for discussing various issues. I'd like to highlight two takeaways. Let me start with the bad thing. We are looking forward to hosting public officials at this venue, and this is what Oleg already mentioned. Regulators regulate, and they regulate coordination centers as well. So we need to invite public officials to engage in a dialogue. As for the good thing, mass media is interested in this forum, and I believe that raising awareness is part of our mission. That's why we need to engage mass media. Domains are blocked not just because we fight against the freedom of speech. We block them to counter phishing and other illegal activities. And the national certificates are not just a must to decrypt the traffic, but also to ensure national security. And in this sense, we need to raise the public awareness and brief the public on the reasons and the consequences. I'd like to thank Belarus for organizing and hosting the TLDCon 2024. Well, I guess you're full of emotions. Let's give a round of applause to our partners, because we're gonna place back some videos on the screen. You can stay here, but I believe it will be much more convenient for you to take your seats in the room. If I may, since we're wrapping up the conference, I'd like to say a few words. Let's give a round of applause to the organizational committee of this conference. The guys did a great work, and I'd like to thank our tech support team. We prepared a final video on what happened during the conference, and it'll be just a reminder for you of what happened during the TLDCon 2024. Play the video.
Аплодисменты.
Только я хотел тебе сказать,
That deserves a round of applause. Usually we thank the technical team at the very end, but you did that in advance. So that was too early, too premature.
Но это показывает как раз живость и
That just goes to show you that we're alive. We're all friends here.
Ну что ж, действительно, таким и не только мы запомним.
Indeed, this is the way we're gonna remember TLDCon 2024. As for the next venue, Ilya Krukover is gonna give us more details on that. Ilya, please come out to the stage to announce the venue of TLDCon 2025, as is our tradition. Well, we've been looking forward to this for a very long time, and back in 2019, I started inviting you all to Kaliningrad. However, there were certain events that prevented us from that. So next year, it will be my pleasure to welcome you to Kaliningrad, which is going to be our next venue. We're going to play a brief video on Kaliningrad so that you know what to expect, because, you know, even not all Russian nationals had a chance to visit Kaliningrad, which is a standalone city. So please pay attention to the screen. We'll play a brief video about Kaliningrad.